Fools! The Croft woman has outsmarted you, yeah? And now she escapes.
The amulet, Herr von Croy. It talks of the priest, Semerkit.
Semerkit.
Mon Dieu, Lara?
Jean-Yves, my faithful friend.
I fear this is not a social visit.
Only if you want Von Croy gate-crashing the party.
Von Croy?
I think he was looking for this.
The Amulet of Horus. An almost legendary artifact. So, you have found and opened the tomb of Set. This doesn't bode well. Translating from the Hebrew, he who removes the amulet shall once more release the dark power of Set. And Set saith, I am the shadow across the sun. I am the bringer of plagues. My wrath will consume all lands and shall be ceaseless.
The power to summon the sun god Horus to rebind the evil Set shall only be revealed to the bearer of the amulet within the temple of Semiket at Karnak.
The ceremony is complete as the armor of Horus summons the sun god. The armor of Horus. At the dig site in Alexandria, my men talk fearfully of this.
The armor must also be Von Croy's goal.
Only one so ignorant of the prophecies would double with such a prehistoric evil. Ah, yes. Releasing Set. But how could you have known, my dear?
Time to put things right and remove a thorn in my side in the process.
Hello, and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation Remastered. Sorry for the wait there, chat. I wanted to reload the save, have that recap play for what happened most recently in the story, and then show that opening part to this level in both graphics, with the differences. Hey there, Sona. Welcome on in. A random rod appears. Absolutely, so randomly I didn't even know myself. Just kidding. Hey there, Crooked. Thank you so much, Senny, for using your bits to enlarge the Dr. Darling Jam emote. Thank you. How's things going, dude? Good to see you again in chat, Sona. Hey there, Keone. How's things going for you today? Yeah, Sona, it was the wind that released Set. It wasn't Lara. Lara didn't do that. It was the wind. Hey there, Stan. No. He who removes a mullet. It is so funny the way that they have that character say certain words. Amulet. Caesar's. Instead of saying legendary, is like legendary. So now that voice is making you feel something, is it? Well, that's fair enough. Yeah, Stan, like a glove, just like from Ace Ventura. Like a glove. Crooked, you going good, thanks. Going to be another busy day here, so looking forward to chill time later. How's your day going, and how was Call of Cthulhu? Glad to hear that, Senny. That's good, dude. I hope that even though it's going to be busy for you, that it's going to be, not too stressful. It went well. Yeah, I got up to chapter 7. The funny thing with that game is, like, if you are taking your time, like reading everything you find and all that kind of stuff, it can take a little bit, but also at the same time, if you don't worry about doing all that stuff, you get to a point where the chapters, some of them start to be really short as well. So I'll definitely be finishing the game next week when I go back to it. But yeah, I was watching Shillerlock stream because he was unable to sleep, so he decided to stream. So when I saw that he was streaming, I checked in and said hello and everything, and lurked there for a while too towards the end. And I was like, you know what? I feel like streaming something. And I thought, well, I've already said that I was going to be back with Tomb Raider as the second stream. instead of the first stream today. So I thought, well, I won't do Tomb Raider, but what else can I do? I know, I'll do Call of Cthulhu, because that's a game that's short, one that I felt like doing as well. And so I thought, well, I'll do that. So I started that stream on a whim. It was like, 30 minutes before starting the stream that I thought, you know what, I'm in the mood to stream something. But it went well, it went really good. I'm doing a focus where it's basically any dialogue choices where the option is to take a medical approach, I take it. Anything in the game environment that I pick up that is medical related, I can pick that up. If I pick up anything that's not, like an occult related thing, I can reload the checkpoint and not pick it up again. But the thing is, sometimes not everything in that game has the icon for the different category before you pick it up. Sometimes it'll show you what the icon is so you can look at it and go, so this is a psychology item or this is a occultist item. But sometimes they don't. So you can pick up something just examining stuff and it says, oh, this is an occultist item. It's like, oh, shit. So in that playthrough, I had to reload and pick something else and all that kind of thing. Crooked, gotcha. I guess that means your playthrough of that game is going to be on the longer side. Oh no, you hope Sheila is sleeping soundly now, though. Insomnia sucks big time. It definitely would, dude. Knock on wood, I don't know what that's like myself, but I can't imagine it's that real good too, especially if you really want to get to sleep as well, but aren't able to. But yeah, dude, like if you really get involved in the story, and you like to read about, characters, because they update stuff and events and stuff, there's definitely a lot to chew on as well in that game. So you just played a random zombie and the blueberry happened to give the best support. Oh, did it? Well, that's good then. So what zombie game was it? Okay, so we've made a save here. And what I'm going to do is go into photo mode, switch to the old school graphics, and showcase the differences in the game environment, alternating between old school graphics and new school graphics. So no, you're a natural night owl, so I feel ya. Modern Warfare 3. Oh, Modern Warfare 3 was it? Yeah, I haven't actually played any other games in the series except for the original Modern Warfare trilogy. I mean, I played Call of Duty 3, but I couldn't really get into it because I'd played 4 before that point, and I guess I was spoiled by that. Stan, when taxi drivers fight among themselves to get more money from customers, would that be called more fair? Oh man, nicely done. When taxi drivers fight among themselves to get more money from customers, would that be called more fair? Instead of warfare, more fair. Sona, again, you'll say you love the background detail you give. You tend to rush through the map. Yeah, it's definitely understandable, though, too. Having a certain way that you want to play through a game. Sometimes people just want to play through it. They don't want to take too much time to pay attention to the environments and stuff, which there's nothing wrong with. We all have our own different ways of doing stuff. And with these remasters, especially upon release, it's good to actually see the differences between the two. Whereas after a while, there's no point in really doing that. So for the remasters of 1, 2, and 3, I did that kind of graphics comparison that I'm doing for this trilogy. But the chances of me doing that again for both trilogies is definitely, very small. I'll never say never, but it's highly unlikely that I'll do this kind of playthrough more than once, where I'm going through with a fine-tooth comb and making changes to the graphics as we go through and all that kind of stuff. Plus, it's a bit time-consuming too, like replaying the little bits of sections again, one time in the old graphics and then one in the new. It's worth doing, though, of course. I'm just saying that it's not something I want to do, every 2 or 3 playthroughs, but more like, maybe once every few years, do something like that. Stan, is this a reference to Assassin's Creed Origins? It really is, Stan, because they actually went into the future and they saw that there'd be a game called Assassin's Creed Origins. So they were like, right, we need to beat them to the punch and make a game that is actually set in Egypt. So we better make sure that we take our Tomb Raider franchise and do it before then. Because we can't have other games coming out later and basing their games on the same sorts of things. But unfortunately they failed because Assassin's Creed Origins still came out, so, time travel stuff. Hey there, Inmita. How's things going, dude? Oh, that's great to hear, Inmita. I'm glad that it's going well. That's awesome, dude. As for me, I'm doing good. I did a stream of something else earlier because I was in the mood to do a stream of something. So that was unscheduled. But now it's part of the schedule because I need to do another stream for it next week. And now here we are with Tomb Raider. Cheers, Inmita. Thanks, dude. How's your gaming been going at the moment? In Meta, yeah, I saw you playing another game early, but you couldn't say hi. How did that go? Oh, it went really well. I've played it quite a few times now. There's multiple endings, and I've already gotten those in previous runs. And for this playthrough, I decided to take a medicine skill focused playthrough, and it's a pretty good first person horror game. If you like stories about detectives and mysteries and things like that, if you're also a fan of H.P. Lovecraft stuff, definitely a good game too as well. It's got a really good atmosphere, and there's sort of like a sanity meter as well. It's not like Red Dead Redemption, for example, where it's like a meter that can go left or right or up or down or whatnot through doing certain actions. But it starts off full, and there's certain things that can affect it and make it go down and change what category it gets into and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of really cool stuff in it too as well. Hey there, little pumpkin. This is Temple of Karnak. It really is. How's it going? Welcome back to another stream. By the time you were able to come back, I think I would have ended the Call of Cthulhu stream, but thanks for returning for this one. I hope things are going well. It makes it nice. You never played that game, you have only seen me play it. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's also one of those horror games that it's like watching a really good ghost story movie where you just sit back, relax, and chill out and watch it. You know, it's not too heavy necessarily. It's not like it's a gory thing or anything like that. So if you're in the mood just for some kind of like very relaxed kind of, horror, it does have its intense moments, of course, but it's one of those horror games where I'm like, yeah, I can just chill out to this horror game. So no, that's clearly Egyptian. That's true. It's definitely not Italian or Spanish or Australian. Coffee, welcome on in. What specific things make something Australian? Well, if you wanted to sort of like go a little bit of a bogan kind of thing, you could have someone who wears a mullet hairstyle with a trucker's cap and wearing a singlet or tank top and wearing shorts and wearing thongs with a beer in hand, going to watch some kind of like football or anything like that as well. The pumpkin, how's it going? Bah, unclear mail for the hospital. You don't know what you even need to do now. You're supposed to have an operation, but the paper they sent you is totally unclear what you need to do. You don't know if you need to wait for them to send you the date for the operation, or do you need to get an appointment? That would be so confusing. Just what you don't need for something as important as an appointment for a operation, Hopefully you can sort of like ring them up and get a little bit more clarification, or they can sort of like, maybe hopefully send you an email that is more clearly written as well. The health system is so confusing here. You need like a paper for the appointment for every little thing. without them you can't really do anything. But now you haven't gotten anything from the last doctor you had a checkup at, but he apparently put you in some waiting book. It's a mess. It definitely sounds like a mess. No wonder why it's so confusing too. Like, it seems unnecessarily confusing too. Like, they shouldn't need to do it that way. And Meta, you played some Uncharted 4 yesterday. It's quite good. Some sections were like AC2 and others like Tomb Raider with lots of climbing and shooting. That's cool that you're enjoying Uncharted 4. That ended up being my favorite one out of all the games as well. Is that your first time playing any of the games, or have you played the other ones too before this one? Lots of fun in Uncharted 4. I feel like they really, really got a lot of a good handle on the mechanics by that point as well. There's some stuff in the earlier ones that didn't feel as intuitive as it eventually got to, but I think too that's also a product of what years those games came out in as well. Little Pumpkin, you have way too much bureaucracy here. We're all complaining about it, and it's like this for everything. You need a bunch of paperwork for every tiniest thing. So yeah, it's stressful and confusing and annoying. You had an MR scan a month ago, and it took them 1 month to send you a piece of paper with results. And that's how it's been most of your 2024, going from doctor to doctor, from one part of the country to the other part, and a bunch of unclear stuff. One surgeon so far was cool and actually took some time to explain things to you in a way you could understand what's going on, at least the necessary information. And that's really important when you're trying to let someone know what exactly is going to be going on, because there's certain things that for them it might just be very simple to understand, especially if there's a lot of like technical jargon and also a lot of things that they take for granted that not everyone knows. And so when you're conveying that information to someone who isn't in the know, you have to do a sort of little bit of translating as well and be able to go, right, this is the piece of information that I have. I know the ins and outs of it, but I need to tell this person what they need to do from their perspective that makes sense to them, so they know exactly what they need to do, you know. Amita, yeah, the first Uncharted game you played, and your first playthrough, you was able to stream it on ultra settings. It seems well optimized, although it did crash once. That's a shame that you had a crash there with that game, dude. But that's cool. That's your first playthrough of an Uncharted game. I need to get to those again at some point as well. The pumpkin, yeah, all the results so far are all fancy medical stuff that you truly can't understand, which isn't the worst. That's for the doctors, but at least they could take some time and explain what you need to do. So now you'll most likely have to call the hospital or something. Okay, end of your rant. It's stressful. Definitely understandable, for sure. Yeah, very stressful, that kind of stuff as well. Hopefully, when you do call them, they actually have a response that actually is better than what you've already been given, so it's more clear. And Mitty, yeah, when it happened, you were like, what? Because it just closed immediately without a warning. I hate when that happens. I've had that happen too, as well. Especially when streaming from the PlayStation. Because when that happens, the PlayStation is like, oh, well, if the game's gonna crash, your stream's gonna stop too. So there. Which is friggin' annoying. Especially if it happens either towards the start of a stream or right at the end of one. Because then it's like, oh, great. I'm not going to do a 10-minute stream just to finish out the rest of the stream day, you know. But other than that, you're really liking it. It also looks very beautiful graphically. The part that reminded you of AC2 was that place where you steal the cross with Sam and Sully. Oh, yeah. Mostly because of the Italian guards. You found yourself saying, Assassino! I don't blame you. I can't blame you for that. Like, there's definitely a lot of games where it's like, oh, this is a location that we went to in an Assassin's Creed game. I can't help but think about that AC game. Little Pumpkin, one thing you can add is that it doesn't help you having anxiety and having anxiety attacks at the doctor's office, and even before you go there, etc. Just a bunch of anxiety and stress. So you're very proud of yourself for even doing all of this, because it's extremely difficult managing it with anxiety. Absolutely, you know, these things that for some, it doesn't matter, but for others, it's really good when they push through and are able to get through things too, you know, so that's definitely good. And Mita, you found yourself, yeah, it's really annoying. It really, really is too, as well. Like, I remember when I would stream from the Xbox, when I first started streaming, if the game crashed, the stream would stop too, but they eventually updated it so that when the game crashes, the stream keeps going. It just defaults to the idle Xbox screen until you get your game set back up again. But Sony can't do that apparently. meter, at least on PC, you can still continue streaming. It crashed almost at the end, like 30 minutes before the end of the stream. Oh, great. I hate that too. It's like, you think to yourself, okay, I'm going to end the stream by this point, and then the game crashes, and then it's like, ah. Especially too, if the checkpoint or something is not close to where you died, you think to yourself, oh great, now I've got to redo all that stuff again. Little Pumpkin, does this all remind you a bit of the Tomb Raider Anniversary vibe? You mean the remastered version has a bit of a Tomb Raider Anniversary vibe? Oh, absolutely, Little Pumpkin, for sure. Oh yeah. Yeah, especially because in that game you have Egyptian levels, and there's definitely a lot of like similarities between it. I'd say too that the remastered graphics for these games are almost like they're a precursor to what they eventually went with for Anniversary in a way. Obviously, that's not how things went, but I do like the remastered rendition of the graphics too, and I really like the rendition that they've done of Lara too as well. It's really cool, especially in the first three games, and I mean even in this game and Chronicles, where you have Lara doesn't really do anything with her eyes in the cutscenes in the original version, you know. Whereas in the remaster, she squints, like she looks around, she looks up and down, and then you've got the actual proper mouth movements. Whereas in the first three games, there were no mouth movements at all. It was just basically bopping the head up and down. To see that, and then the remastered graphics in the first three to actually have the mouth movements was really cool. And then in Tomb Raider 4 and Chronicles, where they added a very crude mouth movement for the old school graphics, it's really cool to now see those scenes done, but with actual proper mouth movements. Little Pumpkin, yep, the color scheme and the atmosphere are similar to Tomb Raider Anniversary. Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot to draw from, and it's understandable that a long-running franchise will even start to be inspired by itself, to do certain things as well. So I really like what they went with. And the thing is that, modders can do what they want with how they make the graphics, like someone could take all the textures of the original version and look at it and go, I want to make the textures look like this. So they might take a completely different approach to what they've taken with these remasters. But that's the beauty of all the old school games and the mods that have been done over the years, is fans being able to actually express themselves through making things look a certain way, and people who do the level editor and come up with their own levels and also their own full games as well, and seeing the creativity and all that kind of stuff. It's really, really cool. I think it'd be great if more franchises released a like a game or level design kit for fans, for them to create levels and even create their games, and have like a showcase maybe every month or something, showcase a fans made levels and have other people be able to download them. Obviously, you've got like Super Mario Maker 1 and 2 where people can do that. But I mean, I think it would be good if more franchises took that on, Could you imagine, for example, an Assassin's Creed level editor or something like that? Like basically have a playground of, here's the ground. Now put what buildings and structures, put what parkour things you want. You want to put like a whole series of like swing poles. You can do that if you want to create some crazy sort of things. Like I think that'd be really cool to have something like that for Assassin's Creed, or for Prince of Persia as well. I think that would be really cool. Little Pumpkin, that's why you can't really choose your favorite Tomb Raider. Your faves are 4, Anniversary, and Underworld. But because they all have different vibe and all are great in their own ways, you can't say which is better than the other. You like them all equally, but for different reasons. Totally understand that for sure. Yeah, I can be like that with a lot of stuff too. I can't really just say, yep, this is the only thing above everything else in this franchise that I like, and everything else is inferior. Like I can't be like that. There's definitely a lot of entries in a series where I'm like, that's an awesome one. That's great. That's great. But at the same time too, I think it's good to be able to look at a game and say, you know what, that one's not that good, and not be labeled, well, you're not a real fan. All real fans like every freaking game. It's like, no. You can still be a fan of something, but you can still be critical of things about it. And there can still be things that are done in certain games in the series that you love that you can be critical of. It doesn't make you any less of a fan. It just means that you don't just like everything simply because it's part of a series that you like as well. Having the ability to go and look at a game and be like, the gameplay's not that bad, but the story's pretty shit, or the story is great and the gameplay's great, but it's not really that fun, So you can do that. I think people should not be sort of like holding back and being like, well, I can't say I don't like this game because then people who like all the games won't consider me a fan, and I got to think about what they think. Is like, no, if there's something you don't like in a series, that's fine. It'd be like if someone didn't like everything in a series and was trying to tell all the people that liked some of the games, you're wrong for liking any of the games. It's like, no. Hey, Foxenheim. Hi there, sorry you're going to lurk to avoid spoilers as you're still at the very start of Tomb Raider 4, but have a great stream and have a blast. Oh, that's awesome, Foxenheim. Thank you so much for popping by. I don't blame you as well, and it's cool that you're playing through for the first time as well. That's awesome. Thank you so much for stopping in. Here's a shout out for Foxenheim. Foxenheim is doing streams of Elden Ring, so definitely recommend checking out Foxenheim's channel. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk too, as well. I really do appreciate that. Little Pumpkin, if you're a real fan, you can actually properly criticize. At least that's what you think. Which is why you think you can't criticize AC. You only know Odyssey, Origins, Valhalla. You haven't played any other AC. That's definitely understandable too, as well. And I think there's different levels also. Like, for example, I can look at Assassin's Creed Odyssey and I can say, as an Assassin's Creed game, I think it's poor. But as an actual game, if you separated it being part of the franchise and all that, it's actually pretty fun as well. But at the same time, I can't excuse the fact that it's not a good Assassin's Creed game as well, And then there's games where it's like, it's really good, but there are some annoying things, like Red Dead Redemption 2. I love that game. It's such an amazing game. But there are some times where you swear you made your horse swerve left, but the game made them go right a bit and you hit the tree. Like, there's definitely going to be things that are annoying that can happen. It's just a question of how much do those annoying things actually ruin the rest of the stuff. So that was a pretty lengthy flyby in photo mode showing the old school graphics versus the new school graphics. There's definitely a lot of areas to cover in this. Whoops, I keep forgetting to switch back in the photo mode. It remembers which category you had selected for the photo mode options. So I need to bring it back to that because then that allows me to move the camera up and down. Whereas if you have the pose options and you hold down the same buttons for making the camera go up and down, it instead controls where Lara goes. Left control stick controls her positioning like this, and then up and down and around is the right control stick. So I just want to double check. So I've shown this area here where Lara is right now. I've gone through here and I've shown what the area through here looks like. Down and through here. Through this alcove, and this leads to this room where there's these big giant jars that we can't destroy every single one of them, but that's what's in there. So I showed through there, and I showed through this one over here where Lara will also have to go. Oh, there's an item up there. So we need to open this door to go through there. We can't actually go straight through it yet, but once the doors are open, we can do that. And I've shown those. And then I went through this side and that. Just also doing a quick sweep of these areas just to see if there's any little alcove that I missed going through in photo mode showing both graphics. Yeah, and then we've got the rooms in here and stuff. Hey there, Biko. Good morning to you. How's your morning going so far? Lil Pumpkin, you have that perspective on the last 3 Tomb Raider games. They're so different from the previous that you can't even consider them as Tomb Raider. And you say to everyone that if they want to experience Tomb Raider, they need to first play previous games. If they played the Survival Trilogy, that's not it. Not even close. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that as well. I see it both ways. I see why those games are considered not real Tomb Raider, but I also see how that they are Tomb Raider as well. Like for example, if we look at classic Lara, one of the things that classic Lara has as a personality is that she's very strong-minded, she's very independent, and she doesn't really express too much what she's feeling inside. So if Lara is feeling sad, she doesn't show it. If she's feeling angry, she might show it depending on what's happening. Like when she's shooting her guns, like she'll have an angry look on her face because obviously she's attacking something that's trying to kill her. So you got that as well. But Reboot Lara, even though they do show her having more sort of like moments where she does express emotions, they also show a lot of moments where she's very much capable and independent and able to hold her own, and so there's those elements too as well. Classic Lara is very determined to get done what she wants to get done, and the new version of Lara is like that too as well. But yeah, just the way that they're conveyed and portrayed is just very different, partly because there was a different approach to making characters a certain way in certain game series in a certain point at the time as well. It's like, well, didn't want to focus too much on characterization beyond some small things, and also we didn't want to delve too much into the psychology of a character. Like we don't really, like for example in Rise of the Tomb Raider, Lara has that PTSD from what she experienced, whereas classic Lara, there's no signs of the PTSD that is portrayed in the games based on her experiences, because she also had a life-threatening and life-changing experience too, as well. So there's that element also. But obviously there's a lot of iconography that the new Lara doesn't have. Like the dual pistols with Lara is very iconic. The gun straps, the boots, the shorts, the tank top, the backpack, the long hair braid. All those sorts of things are very iconic aspects of the character. And if you look simply at those, obviously the reboot Lara doesn't have those. So that makes her very different on that level as well. Little Pumpkin, you think old Lara is very emotionally expressive, but just when it's actually relevant, whereas the new Lara emotes all over. To you, they are two different people. For example, where is my mother? And many moments like that. Exactly, Little Pumpkin. And the thing about that too is that that game came out 11 years after the original, and we started to see different characterizations with characters in games in that time period, where it was starting to be more layered, like it is with movies and shows and stuff like that, where like you can't just necessarily put a character in basic terms in a movie now. You need to add layers to the character and all that kind of stuff. And it was the same with video game characters as well. They wanted to add sort of like different nuances and all that kind of stuff as well. But with new Lara, like she's not breaking down crying every second. And there's some things where it's understandable that she's breaking down and emoting like that. Like when she thinks that Jonah's dead in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and she starts to cry because she sees that he's still alive, even though we had this big moment where she goes all badass and, sort of like psycho and doesn't give a flying fuck and is very sort of like strong and all that. Even though we had that before, that's because she's going off thinking that Jonah is dead, so she's angry. She's thinking of all the shit that's happened in her life, and she's also thinking about the fact that she has caused these tsunamis and all this kind of stuff, And so she's just like, fuck you and all this kind of stuff. But then after all that subsides and she sees that Jonah's alive, she breaks down and cries because she's, partly she's happy to see him, And so there's this wonderful moment where, she realizes that he's still alive, and all that kind of stuff. So I just feel like they spend a bit more time having different intervals of different emotions based on what's going on as well. Like, she doesn't just break down and cry without any reason to as well. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that either, because it's like, there's so many examples of characters in movies that are very stoic, but they can also be very sad or expressive. Like Sarah Connor in Terminator 2, she gets to this point where she's really, really almost like a Terminator. She's very sort of like, I'm going to kill this guy because he's going to be the one that creates the chip, that creates the Terminators, which creates Skynet and all that kind of stuff. So she essentially wants to assassinate Miles Bennett Dyson. And she's got the weaponry, she's got the ability, she's got the capability, she's got the mindset to pull through with it. But at the end, she doesn't go through with it. She breaks down and she cries. Does that make her a weak character? Nope, not at all. It's because she realizes she was about to become the thing that she hated, which was the whole Terminator thing. And so she realizes she was about to kill another human being that, looking at it from a different perspective, they've got no idea that they're going to go on to do this, all this side of stuff as well. So there are examples in fiction and movies of characters being very stoic and strong, but then there are moments where they break down and cry and, have emotional moments and all that kind of stuff. But the thing with Lara is that if you don't like that kind of thing, then that's fine too, Like if you prefer your Lara to be stoic, if you prefer her to be more sort of like in it for the fun of the adventure, that's completely fine too as well. And if you want her to be like that in every incarnation, then that's fine too as well. But I'm a fan of both, so I can see both sides of things. Bill Pumpkin, and yes, graphics, etc., and its limits in 1996 versus 2018. Yeah, there's also just, the way that characters were done and how deep you wanted to go with characterizations and all that kind of stuff as well. Like, in the early days of gaming, you wouldn't really spend too much time giving your character a backstory, giving them some kind of, like, personality traits, putting them into events where those emotions are displayed, having the character give monologues and sort of like introspective speeches about what they're feeling and thinking and all that kind of stuff. They didn't worry about that stuff back then, which is fine. But they ended up starting to do that kind of stuff. Like even with Tomb Raider Anniversary, we have Lara who, in the remake of Tomb Raider 1, which is Anniversary, she hasn't killed someone before. Whereas in the classic version of Lara, she has killed someone before. So when she kills Larson in this game, nothing, just moves on. Because she's already killed a human before, so it doesn't really matter. Or even if she hasn't, they don't worry about making it matter, which is fine. But in Anniversary even, you started to see them do changes like that, where they were adding a bit more layers to things. So they were like, how about we make it that Lara hasn't killed before? And let's make it that she kills Larson. And then she looks down at her hands, and she can't believe what she's done. And she tries to, wipe the blood off her hands and all that kind of stuff, But she still goes ahead and kills more people afterwards, but doesn't break down every single time. Then you have the reboot Lara, who she hasn't killed someone before. But when she does, she sort of like has that reaction where it's like, oh my god, I can't believe I did this, and has an emotional reaction. But then she keeps killing people, left, right, and center after that. She doesn't break down after every kill. She doesn't break down when Whitman dies. She doesn't break down when Matthias dies. You know what I mean? So in Anniversary, because she hasn't killed before, when she does kill a human for her first time, she has that kind of reaction. But then she doesn't keep having that reaction the whole time. Same with the reboot Lara. She doesn't have that reaction the whole time as well. But it's understandable to have that reaction. Whereas in the original Tomb Raider, there's no such thing as that. And that's also because they didn't want to worry about that kind of stuff back then, which is fine. But as games went on, and they became more movie-like in nature, and how they approached telling a story with a character, they started to go a bit more in-depth, and add a whole lot of other layers and all this kind of stuff as well. And so, that's a big difference as well, from one version of Lara to the next, and then the next after that as well. Look, we don't mind how they made the new Lara. The one thing you're not happy with is that it's supposed to be one person, and yet they have two very different personalities. Come on, at least make her a bit similar. The way you rationalize that is that Survival Trilogy is about how she became Tomb Raider. So you guess she learned a thing or two. Still, she's too different. You just can't make a connection. In your mind, it's still Lara. But looking at it more objectively, she's not the same at all. Yeah. I mean, there's really three different versions of Lara. There's 1996 to 2003. Then there's 2006 to 2008. And then there's 2013 to 2018. And they're three very distinct, different Lara Crofts. The first two incarnations have very similar things between them, but there's also differences as well. And then you have the third version of Lara, who has the most differences between, all three of them as well. Hey there, Shilla. Welcome back to another stream. You catch a bit of the second stream? Absolutely, dude. And it's going really well. Yeah, it's going good. I'm still on the first level of the stream. I went through with photo mode and showed the graphics comparison between old school and new. And so I'm going to progress things a bit more in the level until we get to a whole new set of areas so I can do the same thing. But yeah, it's going well. How about yourself, dude? I hope you ended up having a good sleep. No longer this turned into a whole discussion, Rod. Will you have time to play? Yeah, I'll definitely get cracking on with the gameplay in a moment. But the thing about Lara Croft in all three versions, though, is that if you want to mess with her, you better have some life insurance, because you might not survive the experience. Oh, nice, Sheila. That's good. I'm glad that you slept a bit. That's really good, dude. And I hope that work goes well for you today, too. I hope it's not going to be too hectic or anything. Be right back. I need a drink. That's no worries, Sheila. Now, I wonder if these scorpions are different to the other ones. Now, that would have been really cool if they added the ability in this remaster so that when Lara does the sprint and then the dive roll, that if you timed it right, when there was actually something that you could crawl into, that she'd actually do like some kind of special sort of run, roll, and then sort of like, I don't really know, sort of roll through or something like that. I don't know. Or have it where she could sort of like, and I don't think they could do it with this version of the game, but have a thing where Lara would run at something, and if you press a certain button, she would actually go into like a roll, sort of like, let's see if I can make it sort of happen with a pose in the way I'm thinking of. Yeah, this might do. Right, and then we have Lara rolling like that, and then have it so that, like, imagine she gets to that thing and then goes on the side and then rolls. Imagine her rolling through there like that and then coming out the other side. Something like that. Little Pumpkin, you feel you should apologize for triggering the long discussion. Oh, Little Pumpkin, definitely don't need to. That's for sure. I definitely don't mind, talking about things, especially too when there's, a lot of differences and things like that too, as well. Because there's so many different things and different elements and stuff. Especially with, the character themselves alone, let alone sort of like things such as the ability to do, rolls and flips and things like that, which in the reboot games from 2013 on, you can't actually do. So there's some of the other things that I would have liked them to add into like new Tomb Raider games after Shadow, is for Lara to have the flips in the air and all that kind of stuff again. And I feel like if you wanted to have some kind of like character reason why she ended up learning those skills, I could just see it as Lara wanting to improve and just do different things. Like, maybe one of the activities that she decides to get into after the events of Shadow of the Tomb Raider is gymnastics, and she just wants to learn some gymnastic skills and learns flips and, cartwheels and all that kind of stuff. So I think that would be one way to explain it from a character perspective, but include it in gameplay. Ambient sounds are so good in Tomb Raider 4. Absolutely, they really are. Yeah. And it's cool that when you're in photo mode, they keep playing too. Little Pumpkin, is she able to turn when crouched? You thought she can, but when you're pressing buttons, nothing happened. Yeah, so when she's crouched, she can actually turn around. And when you actually get to like an alcove, actually no, I don't think you even need to be in an alcove. I think I could swear I've done it before without actually doing that. Like, let's have a test. There we go. Yep. So you don't actually have to do it in an alcove. You can just do it off a normal ledge. See if I can have the camera forward while she does it. I've got to do finger gymnastics. Alright, so it's crouch and then forward. No. Back. There we go. Oh yeah, no, can't actually like do a flip or turn like that when crouched. She has to actually spin around to face the other way. But this flip here can actually be done even if she hits the roof of something. Like, I'll try and find a good spot to do it. Yeah, it's probably not any space with the right distance in it. Yeah, when I find a passageway that is much tighter and there's not as much sort of like height, I'll show it. But she can do the mid-air roll even if there's like roof literally above her head. Damn it. I have been friggin' poisoned. I don't want to waste a health kit. Little Pumpkin, oh yes, yesterday when you watched a playthrough to find the artifact you missed, You saw she can just jump off the edge when crouching. That's just freaking awesome. Getting off the edge when crouching was annoying. Turning around while crawling takes forever. That's true. I've also had some moments where I've accidentally done it, and the height's been so great that Lara's fell to her death. But it is cool that they added it. It's funny too because I didn't know until the remasters of 1, 2, and 3 that the original intention for Tomb Raider 3 was to give Lara that ability to do that forward roll out of alcoves, but they scrapped it, and then it didn't actually come into the series until Tomb Raider 5 Chronicles. So it was cool that they put it back into Tomb Raider 3 for the remastered version, and then kept it, of course, for The Last Revelation, and then Chronicles will have it, of course, and then Angel of Darkness. So we now have 4 games in the series that actually give you the ability to do that. Tomb Raider 3, this one, Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you. How's your morning going so far? Tomb Raider is going well. This level that I'm on now is level 7, and I've gone through, there's a lot of like interconnected areas in this part of the game, so there's going to be a lot of moving the camera in photo mode through areas, showing the 2 different graphics. So that took probably a good 10 to 15 minutes, I think, because there was a lot of area to cover as well. But yeah, it's going good so far. Things are going well. Thank you, Little Pumpkin, for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara. So I'll make a save here. Would you like Lara to get killed by Scorpion? Would you like her to do a dive roll? Would you like her to do the roll out of an alcove, except, until she falls to her death? I can hear some fire around too, I think, as well. Some flames are going somewhere. Or maybe it's just something else. There's also some water as well, where I can have Lara drown. Listen, you're doing alright, gearing up for another 4-day work week. It's cold outside, but hopefully roads should be fine. Looking forward to warmer temperatures next week finally. Well, that's good that you only have like a 4-day work week. It's good that you had that day off and you were able to get some more streaming in. Hopefully it won't be like way too cold for the whole day as well. But yeah, I hope the roads are fine for you so you can go traveling safely as well. And I don't blame you for wanting to have the warmer temperatures as well. I feel the same way, except with going from warm to cold. The pumpkin from the alcove, you haven't seen that yet? Awesome, no worries, we can definitely do that. I think I saw an alcove. Oh, I left it in that other mode. There we go, now I can move the camera up and down. I mean, I could do it without even needing an alcove. So I can do that either way. Maybe it was back this way that I saw it before. Look, I'm not sure if you can do that here around. Yeah, I mean, I can do it off any edge of any ledge, really. Okay, so this is as high as it will let me do that glitch. Alright, so the cool thing is you get to have the double the death as well. So I'll make a separate save actually on that save file there. That way I can quickly load it. Alright, that's not the required effect I was looking for. What I'll do is I'll get Lara to be back up on this part. There we go, that'll be better. Alright, let's try that again. Alright, so as a bonus for these playthroughs, I'm now going to do the death again, but in the new graphics. Now this time, keep a look on Lara's face and her eyes in the remastered graphics when she dies. In the remastered graphics, she actually blinks a few times before it goes to the game over screen. Now I'll reload the other save where I'm up to. There we go. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara, little pumpkin. Hey Lizzie, good morning to you. How's your morning going so far? And hey there Cody, good morning to you as well, dude. I hope you're having a good one. Listen, you don't mind the cold temperatures themselves, but it makes it forever for your vehicle. It takes forever for your vehicle to warm up. In these cold temperatures, you let the truck run for 15 minutes, and it only takes 15 minutes to drive to your job. Oh no! So you got like 30 minutes right there, really, essentially, you know. But yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, if it's something more in that regard than the actual weather itself, things that just make things take longer. I'm not sure if you can do that around. Oh yes, no need for an actual hole for that. No way, that glitch works here too. You remember it being complicated for 4, something with the flare and the wall. Yeah, it definitely works here as well. Yeah, in this game. The only game, as far as I know, that they made it not work for is Angel of Darkness. Lizzie, you heard a crunch? Oh my god, absolutely. Yep, crunch time. Listen to that expression, just like, well, shit. Exactly, that's true. Lara's like, fuck. Oh, that's great, Cody. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, dude. As for me, I'm doing well too. Things are going good. Had a good day today. Lizzie, you're going good even though you're stressing over your birthday. Well, that's fair too as well. You know, hopefully when your birthday arrives, it won't be a stressful day for you. Sheila, you're heading to work now and then you will be lurking with no sound. Thank you so much, Sheila, for that. I really do appreciate it, dude. I really hope that work goes well for you today. Would like to highly recommend people check out Sheila Locke's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Dishonored 2, and he's also a fan of the Assassin's Creed series. He's also doing a playthrough of the Mafia series at the moment on his channel. Also a big fan of Dead by Daylight, as well as the Dark Pictures series of horror games by Supermassive. He's a great streamer, and also has a really chill vibe there too as well. So a good channel to lurk in as well also. Cheers, Cody. Thanks, dude. I actually did a surprise bonus stream playthrough earlier, but that was of a different game though, not Tomb Raider. Call of Cthulhu, doing a playthrough of that. Hey there again. Welcome back, Spectrum. Oh yeah, Sheila, that's no good. That's all good. Sorry for the shout out. No worries at all. I was going to say that's no worries for the shout out. That's all good. But things got mixed around. But that's no worries at all for the shout out, dude. I hope that you have a good one. Cody, you've just started that for a second run. Oh, nice. What approach? Like, you doing a different approach this time, or? That's all good, Cody. That's no worries. Alright, so I had a feeling that there was something that was going to be doing an animation in a little cutscene, so... I've already shown that in new graphics. I may as well just show it in old graphics and then move on, and not just show it in old graphics and show it in new graphics again. But yeah, we just saw what happened there in the new graphics. Now for what it looks like in the old graphics. Cool. So this has opened up some new areas that I can go through in photo mode. Little Pumpkin, no good or worries. Cody, same run as before, as was a long time ago when you first played it. Oh, that's cool too, as well. Be interesting to see what ending you get as well, if you get a different ending this time. Spectrum, you're not ending? Definitely not yet, no. But it won't be a long stream though. But definitely not ending yet. Lizzie, it's in 34 days and you're worried things won't play out the way that you want. I mean, it's definitely understandable as well, you know, that far out, because so many things can happen as well. But hopefully when your birthday turns up though, it'll be good. Alrighty then. So that's that flyby of the areas that are now accessible for us. Little Pumpkin, oh my god, that looked like a devil, not Seth. Oops. I forgot I didn't have photo mode still active. You mean that one? Or is it this one? No, that's Horus, isn't it? Yeah. Set is this one. Oh, this here. Yeah. You mean in the old school graphics? Looks more like a devil. Little Pumpkin, fun fact, Temple of Karnak actually does exist. It's not exactly as it is in the game, but quite similar. There's more pillars and inside it's different, except that the hyper-style part is actually there too. Oh, that's interesting. That's cool. Thanks for letting me know. It's interesting the little differences here and there with the real locations. There's definitely a lot of, artistic license given to a lot of locations in these early games especially. I was on mute, Biko, yeah. It always scares you? Well, that's a shame that you get scared from things like that. I think you'd know if I was, not streaming or something like that. But yeah, I was muted because I've been talking a lot today, so I wanted to give my voice a break. But yeah, I wasn't saying anything, thinking that I had my mic muted. I knew it was muted. You heard a speck of sound, then all is well. Exactly. I was still alive. The Pumpkin AI took over Rod is no longer with us. Yeah. Biko, mass search is over. Lol, call off the helicopters and search dogs. You can go back to your lunch. Meanwhile, Rod is desperately trying not to laugh during a silent bit of his stream, lol. The Pumpkin, he can just mute the mic. Now you wonder what sounds he's making behind the scenes. None really. Yeah, I don't really make sounds randomly. That's okay, Mita. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk, dude. Especially when you're at work, too. I'd like to highly recommend people check out Mita's channel if you haven't before. He's doing a playthrough for his first time of Uncharted 4, A Thief's End. He's also doing games like Star Wars Jedi, Fallen Order, and Survivor. He's a great streamer. He does his own artwork for his channel and for emotes as well. Very creative. Also is a great channel to lurk into as well. The Pumpkin, yep, that one looks very scary. Yeah, it's funny because in Tomb Raider 2, there's actually a face on a wall that in the old school graphics looks very much like something you'd see in a Doom game. The Pumpkin behind the scenes of Rod streams. Yeah, just giving my voice a break. I made to no problem. You like having something in the background while you work. Thanks for the shout out. That's all good, dude. No worries at all for the shout out, man. And that's true too, you know, it can be good to have something just in the background while you do things. That was something that I forgot to show the differences of until now, was the flares being active in old school graphics versus new. Hey, Ogorki. How's your day going today? Oh, that's great, Ogorki. Glad to hear that you're going good. Oh, I'm doing really well, Ogorki. I'm having a good day today. It's still Tuesday, but in 40 minutes or so, it'll become Wednesday. That's all good, Lucinda. Thank you so much for being here as well, especially before you go to work. I really hope that work goes well for you today. I hope that goes smoothly and also goes quickly for you too, as well. Drive safe out there in the Arctic tundra as well. I hope that work goes well. Thank you so much for being here. I definitely will have a great rest of my stream. I'll be going for a little bit longer. I haven't decided where I'll end the stream yet, but I'll play that by ear. But thank you so much for being here and for watching and chatting. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. She's doing a Resident Evil marathon. She's got Resident Evil Revelations happening on the channel. Also doing playthroughs of games like Thief. A big fan of series like Dead Island, Dying Light, Dishonored, as well as Evil Within and The Last of Us. Also has some really cool raccoon-themed emotes as well. Great streamer, so definitely recommend. And as always, Lucinda, no worries at all for the shout-out. Always more than happy to give you one. Thank you for being here, and definitely catch you again soon. Hope you have a good one. Little Pumpkin, did you maybe see any differences in swimming here? You think that at some point Lara turns a bit towards where we need to go, but you're not sure. Maybe you're imagining things? Not too sure, to be honest. Like, I know in some games there's obviously characters will tilt their head when there's something near that they can collect. I mean, even Silent Hill 1 from 1999 has that too, as well. So if that is something that they've added, I wouldn't be surprised. But that's you know, a nice thing to notice anyway if it is something they've added. 。 Alright, so what Lara picked up there is the crossbow normal ammo. Then we've got binoculars as well that Lara can use. Well, you're not sure because you don't think it happens every time, only in these small corridors. Yeah, it's a nice detail though if it is true. Welcome back, Oliver. How's things? Hope you had a good one. Maybe it's just your wishful thinking because swimming is dreadful. Maybe, could be. Oliver peeping Lara. That's true, she's got the binoculars. Hulk, you're scared to swim in Tomb Raider 4. Yeah, I mean, if you're not careful, Lara will drown. But there's a lot of spaces like this that are very tricky to maneuver through. And then it doesn't help when you get stuck on the edge of something. Or something else in the environment. You're scared to swim in real life, Oliver. Well, that's fair enough. Oh, it went really well, Oliver. I got up to chapter 7 of the story. There's about 14 in total. So not all of those are the same length of chapter either. So I'll definitely finish it next week. So it'll be next Tuesday, around the same time that I started that one, that I'll be doing the rest of that game. I might even get it done in less, because it took me about 4 hours to get to the 7th chapter. So it could even take like 2 to 3 hours to finish the rest. Especially too, because there's some parts that I'm skipping, because there's parts that require you to interact with something, but the interaction is related to a skill that's not medicine. So I can skip those parts. This was Canopic Jar 1. Canopic jars, from memory, were what they actually put the dead person's organs into, like the heart and the liver and stuff. The pumpkin, yep, that's what they're there for. Yeah. I had a feeling, I wasn't 100% sure, because sometimes I think to myself, is that true? Is it correct? I better say I think a bit before, as a precursor to potentially being wrong. It's like, I think this might be what it's for. I still remember in The Mummy from 1999 when Evie is showing Rick, played by Brendan Fraser, what they actually did to remove the brain from the corpse when they were making them into a mummy, and how excited she is explaining the process. Hey there, Chris. Welcome on in. Those parts were actually accurate, surprisingly. All good. Yeah. That's the thing, too, sometimes. Like, you don't necessarily know at face value if a movie that is covering certain things from real life, like culture or mythology and things like that, you don't necessarily know if they're being accurate or not. Some of the things that they take liberty with, that they might combine some things together and be like, we'll do our version of this, but we'll take these two things. So it's time to go through this area in photo mode that's opened up to us, showcasing the difference in the graphics. All right, so we've hit where we can't go. All right, so that's fair enough. So I've shown that little bit in the graphical differences. Chris, you love what they did with Karnak. Oh, very nice. That's the great thing about a remaster too, like these, is thinking about, oh, I wonder what they've done with this aspect and stuff. Oliver, you can't even see the newer graphics because it gets too dark. That is so true, you know, like, I wish photo mode in these remasters had the ability to change the brightness and all that kind of stuff. Because there's definitely a lot of instances where they've gone, let's make it so that there's not as much lighting as there was in the original version. Alright, so now in photo mode, it'll probably let me go through that area. Yeah, there we go. So because there was a loading screen separating this next area we're going to go into, it meant that in photo mode, I wasn't able to go through that area yet. But now that we can, I'll do the process. Chris, as far as you read from one of the people working, they've used global illumination in a way that was attempting to give more realistic lighting. So if there are no light sources in a tomb, there's not going to be any light there. Unlike the OG games where they just randomly put light sources in enclosed rooms. That's definitely understandable if that's the approach, for sure. And that's true. Like, if there's no light source there, there's they're not going to add it, in the remastered graphics. Hence, they tried to open some areas up for add torches whenever it made sense. Yeah, and I've also noticed sometimes too, there's a change in where the torch was situated too, as well. You notice they added some lit torches even when there were none. Oh, really? Yeah. It's cool how they do that detail. But yeah, it'd be good to have in photo mode at least the ability to change the brightness and stuff for those parts. Chris, photo mode could use gamma adjustment if that's gone from the game. It would be a nice compromise between the tone of the game and photo mode. Oh yeah, yeah, that's a good point too, as well. It'd be cool as time goes on that the remasters of the first three and these three actually get those kinds of, additions made to things like photo mode. One of the things that I'd like them to do is when it comes to moving where the camera's positioned in gameplay, like if you want the camera to be side on to Lara and stay there while you're actually moving her forward, it'd be cool if you could lock the camera in like that. Because you can, but you have to keep on holding the control stick, and you can't just hold it in place, because if you hold it in place, after a few seconds, it'll automatically start to move behind her. So you have to make little minor adjustments to the control stick to prevent that from happening, which could slightly move the camera a little bit. It's probably not something that would be like a major priority, and I'm probably the only person in the world who would want that kind of stuff. But that'd be something that I think would be a little bit nice as well. It would also help people who like to take footage of their gameplay and create sort of like little mini videos and stuff of it. Oliver, yeah, it's more realistic, but it's funny trying to look at some textures in the tomb when you can't see them because it's pitch black. It's like, what's that image? Oh, that's what it's supposed to be. Hey there, Hotfire Legend. Welcome on in. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Sometimes the pans are smooth. That's for sure. But yeah, it's really cool with photo mode being able to go through like that. It sort of adds a little bit of a surrealness to it too, moving through with the camera like that while hearing certain ambient sounds and stuff. Chris, you do enjoy the flyby tool for photo mode. Feels very cool to create them like that. Yeah, that's actually really cool that they did that. I haven't actually had a good like mess around with it. I did a little bit of a mess around in my first stream of this game just to see what there was about it and give it a little test as well. Super Spyro fan, thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you. Hope you're having a good one. Chris, what would work for you, considering we know Karnak is a visitable place and likely has lighting and such for tourists? They added modern-day signs as a tourist attraction and bring light sources that match that purpose. That's actually a good idea too. I was also thinking, like with Assassin's Creed, how they have like a discovery tour mode. It'd be cool if there was some kind of mode where you could actually explore through the areas, and when you come across a certain object or item, you could interact with it and it would actually pop up with information about it. Chris, yeah, you just like the auto center aspect of the camera. Yeah, it's just a thing that, if you're trying to do certain things, like, because the old school games didn't actually have the ability to move the camera around like that, with 360-degree movement around Lara, I think that now that the remastered versions give you that ability, it's cool to be able to make your own sort of like angles on the gameplay and stuff. Little Pumpkin, it's awesome you can explore around with the cam in photo mode. It really is, Little Pumpkin. It's a good idea to do that. Chris, absolutely. If you have free camera, please be a free camera. I'll let you look at the character from an angle. Yeah, and also too, like when the character has dialogue. See, I like to sometimes have it so that the character's face can be seen when they're talking during certain moments as well. And it can be tricky too because of the camera system. Sometimes games will let you put the camera just where you want it and then move the character accordingly. But others are like, you have to keep readjusting. Oh, there's an NPC walking in your way, they're going to bump you. Or there's something you can't see, so things like that too as well. Little Pumpkin always have issues with how far you can go with the camera in game, so you have to spend more time to find the right spot than to actually taking the photo. And then it's like, if there's lighting options in the photo mode, trying to figure out what lighting you want to go with certain stuff. Alright, so this is the other area I need to show now. The pumpkin, and then some games don't have the option to remove the character. That also adds to the problem of what you want to take a shot of. And as for editing, you don't know. You guess that eventually you get a bit of an intuition for it. You do sometimes explore how you can edit the photo and how it looks like, but typically you already know how to edit right away when it's taken. That's something else too that can get in the way. Like when you have a character that you can't make disappear in the shot, and you're trying to get a certain angle on something else, but where you need to put the camera to get that good angle is literally where the character model is, and sometimes the character model doesn't get clipped through by the camera either, and there's sort of like a barrier around the character model in photo mode that prevents you from going too far as well. That would be annoying too when you want to do that with editing a photo mode shot. Hey there, dudes. Good morning. How's your day going so far? Dude, you just woke up and you missed work. Oh, really? Oh, damn. Sorry to hear about that, dudes. I hope you had a good sleep, though. Hey, Nobu. What is this camera? Are we watching a pre-rendered video made by the devs? Oh, no. No, this is me live moving the photo mode camera and going through areas and alternating between the old school and the new school graphics, because it instantly changes. When you press the button to do it, it'll just change from one graphic setting to the other. Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool that they added something like this for the old school Tomb Raider games. Definitely gives a lot of opportunities for doing certain different kinds of things too. Like if you want to do reviews of the games, it's good to be able to go into photo mode and move the camera around to sort of give you some shots to use and things like that. So yeah, I wanted to do a comparison as I went through the game. I'm also interacting with objects and then showing when the cutscene happens. I'm showing that in both graphics as well. So doing that kind of stuff too. Yeah, Nobu, it's really cool because there's some parts of this game where you have some different outcomes too, especially at the start, at the end of the second level, when you have a race against Von Croy. If you lose the race versus winning the race, the first part of the cutscene at the end of the level is actually slightly different with some different dialogue. So I also showed that in both graphics as well. So I went through the race 4 different times. um, so I did that too as well in the first stream, which the whole tutorial level, going into photo mode, gliding through the area, showing both graphics, also doing all the different endings to that level with the cutscene and showing both of those in both graphics. Ultimately, it was about almost a 3 hour process to get through the tutorial doing it in that way. So that's actually the longest time it's ever taken me to do the 2 tutorial levels at the start of this game because of that whole process. But I won't be doing a long stream today though. This stream will be shorter than the other one, which was about I think it was 8. Was it 8.5 hours or 9 hours? I think it might have been 9 hours. Thank you, Anmita, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Time to summon Arnie. You watched a video of the Lord of the Rings first movie where they made the characters look like Arnie and also speaking in his voice. Dude, that would have been so damn funny. Because I think I've seen some videos similar to that, but with different movies. But that's really funny. Biko, you're going out now for a walk. Be right back later and have a good stream if you're not here when you get back. No worries, Biko. Yeah, I don't know about the timing will be as well, but I want to do a shorter stream today because there's a lot of parts of this game at this point in the story where there's a lot to cover, but I'll cover as much as I can and get to a certain point before ending the stream. But I hope that you have a good one, Biko. Sona, hearing Rod's explanations along with the visuals calms your mind. Well, that's cool, Sona. Yeah, that's the other thing too, being able to actually show things. Like, being able to move Lara within the photo mode frame is really cool too, because I was able to actually show, in a rudimentary way, a move that I think would be cool for Lara in these games to be able to do when there's like a crawl space on the ground. Actually do a side roll through and then out the other side. I couldn't make her do the roll part, but I was able to position her in photo mode on a certain angle and then move her under through the alcove on a side angle to show what I was sort of like meaning, but without the roll part. We need to destroy the ring. We need to take it to Mount Doom. I will carry it here. Thank you, Admita, for redeeming the Arnie impression. Thank you. Oliver, get to the Eagles. No, not the Eagles. They're lazy. Alright, so I've got a scene to do the Arnie impression with. He was a good man. A flatulent man. Can you hear this? Help me! Get me out of here! My God, this man's not dead! Get out of the way! This man needs a doctor! Out of my way! This man needs a doctor! I'm a doctor. You're a doctor? Yes. Check his chin. Doc, the doctor has fainted. Can somebody help this man here? I take the corpse. I mean the patient. Look, an elephant. Hold it. Don't shoot. He will drop Leo. Don't shoot. Oh shit. Thanks, Inmita, for redeeming that Arnie movie scene impression. That's from Last Action Hero. So just to explain what's going on in that scene. Essentially, there's a bomb inside a dead body that's at a funeral. And Arnie's character is trying to get the dead body out of the funeral to get it away from everyone so that when the bomb blows up, no one dies. So he does this whole pretending that the actual person isn't dead, picks up the dead body, puts it around his shoulders, and is asking for, a doctor, but an actual doctor is there. And then he's like, oh shit. So he's like, oh, can you have a look? And he swings the dead body around, and the head of the dead body, or the leg, I can't remember, knocks the doctor out. And then he's like, the doctor has fainted. So he's trying to get the body out of the whole area. So it's such a funny scene as well. Thanks for redeeming that, Amita. Alright, so what I want to do is just double check that I've actually covered what I can cover before actually moving on. There'll be a part that actually cracks open, but we need to make this boulder fall down first before that actually becomes available to check out. Then this is this room where the switch on the wall is, or the lever, I should say. So I covered that. And I've shown that area there. And I showed those images on the wall. Alright. Time to go back to Lara. I can't remember where I saved, so I'll just do a safety save. Hey there now, bro. Welcome on in. Bringing the wind with you? Must have been the wind. Little Pumpkin, got to go now. Have fun and good night. Thank you so much for watching the streams, Little Pumpkin, Call of Cthulhu earlier, and this one as well. I hope that you have a good night, or day, whichever the case may be. Now, bro, look for bugs. I hate bugs. Is that from The Mummy, 1999? It's so funny. I can't remember the actor's name, but the actor in The Mummy from 1999 who plays the warden is a comedian. And I didn't actually know straight away, but it was so cool when I found out because I'm a big fan of the Mummy movie. But in GTA 4, there's the character Yusuf that you meet in the Ballad of Gay Tony DLC. It's the same actor who plays the warden in The Mummy. I thought that was really cool. No, bro, yes, sir. You love the warden so much. You wanted him to live so bad. Yeah, it was so funny the part where he sees the image of the person in pain, and he thinks it's he thinks it's just someone who was doing a dance, and so he does a little dance and goes ah, or something like that. I'm here to protect my investment. Thank you very much. That's right, Chris. Yeah. Yeah, Warden is in the jail warden. Yeah, in the Mummy, the 1999 one. Nah, bro. O'Connell, what do we do? Wait here. I'll go get help. Yes. Ah, jumps off the boat. Yeah, I love that moment too, as well. I like when Evie is speaking to him when he's been imprisoned and he's got the long hair and everything, and he's talking about how he knows, how to get to Hamunaptra, and she's like, "Do you swear?" And he's like, "Every damn day." And then and she's like, "That's not what I meant." And then he's like, "I know what you meant." I've already got heaps of flares. I don't really need to worry about collecting that one that we just saw in photo mode. Gets you every time now, bro. I don't blame you. So many great moments in that movie. Well, if it ain't my little buddy Benny, I think I'll kill you. Think of my children. You don't have any children. Someday I might. Yeah, nah, bro. Goodbye, Benny. It's so funny. Now, I think I've got his name right. Kevin J. O'Connor, who plays Benny in The Mummy. Um, he was in the movie. Bloody hell, what the fuck was it called? I'll have to look it up. I actually friggin' forgot. It's also directed by the same director as The Mummy, Stephen Sommers. Deep Rising, that's it. It came out the year before The Mummy. And in that movie, you have Famke Janssen and you have actors like Wes Studi and Treat Williams. So Kevin J. O'Connor was in that movie, and he actually survives it. So I think when they did The Mummy, they probably were like, "You survived my last movie. You're gonna die in this one." Chris, you always found it funny that Tomb Raider 4 and The Mummy have so many similarities that they were developed independently from one another and came out the same year. Exactly, Chris. It's interesting when that kind of stuff can happen. It's like there was just some kind of like synchronicity or, something that happened where it just feels like there was some kind of like thought process. I mean, with Tomb Raider, it's all built in, right? Like you got, even in Tomb Raider 1, you've got the levels in Egypt and stuff like that. But for them both to come out in the same year, and the thing is, like, I love that movie, and I saw it quite a few times at the movies actually when it came out, and got it on VHS, and I got it on DVD, then I got it on Blu-ray, so I really liked it a lot. And it was that movie and this game. Like, I played the demo of this game in 1999, and I was like, this is cool. This is awesome. And then I eventually got the game. I think it was the following year. Got it for the PS1. And absolutely loved it. And then I played the first three, because I hadn't played those ones yet. But yeah, the Mummy movie from 1999, I think that's one of the best remakes, because the original movie was supposed to be a horror. Now, not a horror that is very scary. Like, back when it came out, it might have scared people. But by today's standards, it's very tame kind of horror. But the 1999 remake was like, how about we actually take that story and how about we actually make it an action adventure alongside, an Indiana Jones movie and all that kind of stuff. So I thought that was a really cool approach as well. And setting it back in the past was a really good idea too. Nah, bro, he plays a rat so well. He really does. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was also Igor in Van Helsing as well.
After her! After her!
Nah, bro, there's something about The Mummy, the OG indie trilogy, and The Phantom with Billy Zane have a feel to them that no other movies have today. Yeah, I think too, there's a lot to be said for what was being used to film with back then, and who was actually working on those things back then. And I feel too, with the first three Indiana Jones movies especially, they feel better set back in the 1930s. It's one of those things too where it's understandable if people are sort of curious. I wonder what this character would do if they were in their 40s or their 50s or their 60s. Like, what if we had a Tomb Raider where Lara was actually 50 years old? Like, it's definitely understandable to be curious about those kinds of, stories with characters that we like. But I think there's something to be said of characters that feel like they just fit better in the original era in which they were, when they were made and stuff. Granted, there are Indiana Jones games that are set in the 40s. I think, for example, isn't Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine? I think that game is set in the 1940s at some point. Might even be the 1950s. I'm not too sure. But in any case, when you start to see the character when they're in their 60s, their 70s, their 80s, it's like, no, time out. So with Indiana Jones, he works best in the 1930s. That's why I think it was wise that with the latest game that they came out with, they decided to put the story in between Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Last Crusade. Because Temple of Doom comes first in the timeline. That's 1935. Then 1936 was Raiders, and then The Great Circle is 1937, and then Last Crusade is 1938. I feel like that's when the character suits better, and seeing the character around that age is definitely better than seeing him as an old man, running around. Because then there's the expectation of adding some quote-unquote more realistic things for someone that age. And that's where you're starting to get into dangerous territory of reframing how a character is for a time period that actually does a disservice to the character themselves. Where we shouldn't really be seeing the character struggle with that. It's like, imagine a James Bond movie where we see him struggle with his taxes. Like, we don't want to see that. We don't want to see James Bond sitting there painting a painting in his old age. Like, we don't want to see that kind of stuff, So I feel like there's certain characters that were in movies in a certain time, and that's where they should have stayed. Like, they shouldn't have done anything else afterwards, except in other media where they can get other actors or other people to do different versions as well. But I just feel like some things that were done in movies in a certain time, that's where they should have stopped the movies and not done any more afterwards. Chris makes the film age better because it doesn't have to be currently relevant to our time. It can be watched 20 years later and still is fun to see without being culturally relevant today, or like it says present day, but the phones are better now or something. Yeah, because it's set in a time period where certain pieces of technology didn't exist yet. So therefore, you don't have to incorporate that technology into the story and come up with reasons why something can't be done because XYZ. It's like in horror movies where there's no mobile phones. But when there are mobile phones, it's like, oh yeah, our reception is bad. Just when the killer turns up. When it was fine 5 seconds ago. Having to try and explain those things. Whereas in the past, it's like, okay, the villain shows up. There's no mobile phones. There's nothing like that. There's no sort of ways to get someone to know that something bad is going down straight away. It's more like, shit, the character has to try and survive on their own without technology. Now, Barry, you feel like those types were left behind in the 90s, which is a shame because they felt so spectacular and epic. Your favourite movie is The Mask of Zorro, and it got a similar grand-scale epic feel to it. I never saw the second one, actually, that they did of that, like the sequel. I saw the first one, though. It was pretty cool, but I've seen it so long ago that I can't really remember a whole lot about it. But I do remember I liked it, though. It was so funny. There was an area that I showed that we haven't gone back to yet because it's one of those areas that you go to later. But I just want to do a quick flyby of the camera here. Yeah, so we're up to this part now with all this stuff here. Alright. No, bro, the sequel's actually pretty good, as far as sequels go anyway. Yeah, they can be tricky too, as well, because you want to take what worked in the first entry, and then you want to add it, but you also want to add new stuff that also complements what came before as well. No, bro, the problem now is they're making sequels like 40 years later now, so it doesn't work the same way. Yeah, that can be tricky real fast as well. Because what you have is they have the character so old by that point in their life that the kinds of things that they used to be portrayed doing, they can't really do it anymore, which then means they have to add contrived reasons why they're going on an adventure again, whether that's through another character being created to be put into the story to make the main character actually go into the adventure, you know, whereas before they might have just gone in on their own accord. And then you've got the trope of, how about we take the character who's now older and give them a child and have that character be the one that actually drives things forward. And then the main character from the previous movies when they were younger, who's now older, becomes more like a sidekick in their own movie. Except now it's their son or their daughter, or it might be some other person that is their friend or a relative or something like that that comes along, and then it's their turn to be the one, you know, which that can be fine, but there's some cases where it's like, like for example in the vacation movies, the ones that had Chevy Chase in them, there's a character, Rusty, who is his son. Anyway, they rebooted that series of movies by doing pretty much the same thing over again, except this time it's Rusty, who's an adult now, who has his own family, and sort of goes through the similar kinds of things, you know. So you get sequels like that, where it's like, let's just redo the same thing over and over again, except let's just have someone's grown up now, and now they have a family, and they're doing the same things that happened when they were younger, and their father and their mother were doing stuff, you know, in the example of the vacation movies. Then you've got like the Naked Gun movies with Frank Drebin, played by Leslie Nielsen. They're actually doing a reboot with Liam Neeson playing the son of Frank Drebin. So it's like, what can you really do different? All you're really doing is just taking the same kind of movie, making the offspring the main character but older now, and just rehashing similar kinds of story and concepts. You know, it just becomes a bit old. Now, bro, yeah, you think one series that does decades-long sequels are the Rocky Creed franchise. Yeah, that's true, you know. Like, there's definitely an argument to be made, like, after even the first movie, he shouldn't have been boxing ever again. And then you have the fifth movie where it's like, oh, you know, you've suffered so many blows to your head, Rocky, that you have severe, you know, this amount of brain damage, and we want you to stop. And then in Rocky 6, it's like, oh, by the way, that was incorrect information. We now have had a look at your head and you're fine. You know, it's like making little retroactive changes here. But overall, I think they did a good job because they don't make it, like, it's not like when Rocky in Rocky 6 is an old man now. They don't just throw him in the ring as if there's no difference. At least there's sort of like things in the story to try and explain why and how and all that kind of stuff. But then you have Creed, which was done really well because you have a character that's new, that wasn't in the other movies, who is the son of Apollo Creed, who is in the first 4 movies. And even though in those movies this character doesn't get revealed, it still fits, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, the only reason Rocky 6 exists is because Sly hated the way 5 turned out. That's true, yeah, that's the one that he thinks is the worst one. There's some good things about it, but I definitely would say it's probably my least favorite Rocky movie. No, bro, I think Creed works because he's not directly tied to Rocky. That's true. It also allows a whole different avenue of storytelling as well. You didn't bother watching Creed 3 because Sly isn't in it. That's right, he wasn't, yeah. Yeah, I haven't actually seen that one yet. I saw the first two, and I saw them at the movies when they came out, but I didn't see the third one when it came out. I should actually watch it to see what it's like. I think there was also a video game as well. I think there was two Creed games actually, based on the first and the second movies. Nah, bro, you think they're VR games? Ah, That'd be interesting, actually, a boxing game in VR. Hey there, Octavius. I'm doing really good, thanks. Things are going well. How about yourself? How's your day going? Alright, so this part here, photo mode will actually let me go through the bars there. So that works out well. But of course I can't go through this opening yet because it hasn't opened yet. But that's the spot that can open. I've actually shown the other side of that, I think, as well. But in any case, I'll wait until we actually get inside this area and I've opened up this before going into photo mode and doing that. So we'll go back to Lara here. Because we haven't triggered any enemies yet in this area, there weren't any enemies popping up in photo mode. But there's some different enemies that we haven't actually, well, I haven't shown the graphics comparison of yet. So when they appear, I'll do that as we go through. Make a save, and I'll grab a drink. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. There we go, that's better. The alligator has actually positioned itself somewhere where I can get a better look at it. Oh, it's still clipping a little bit through there. Let it move along a bit more. Here we go. Just thought I'd show what it looks like in both graphics when the alligator's actually attacking Lara and also swimming underwater in motion. Actually, I should should show the bats in mid-flight as well. No, they're a bit too small to see in animation. Hey there, Sage. How's things been? Been a long time. Feel like you've lived a whole life since you've been in here. Time definitely flies really, really fast, Sage. Can go really, really quick. How's things been going? Sage, quick summary. New Year's, your only girlfriend love ever broke up, and she chose the manic self-destructive path, while you have to watch and let it help you become a man. You're only 23. Oh, well, so sorry to hear about that, Sage. Yeah, that can be rough when things break down like that. I hope that, things can look up soon as well. Oh, yes, Sage, there's no worries at all. Absolutely. Definitely good to be honest. That's for sure. And these things can be unexpected as well, too. Like things can be going one way for a while, and then all of a sudden, seemingly, like a bit of a U-turn happens. Life is like, hey, how about this gets put here? And then you're like, oh, great, thank you. Alright, so I've got that set up to do the next flyby with photo mode, showing the differences between the two graphics. Sage, exactly right. It kind of sucks. People just want new things some days when they wake up or are different. Maybe hard accepting that when you wake up, go to bed with that person for 4 years, but it's our duty as humans to not interfere with that and let them do what they want. That's true. There's only so many things that we can control as well, and other people are the same. So when they want to do something of their own volition, whether that be something that negatively affects themselves or others, ultimately, it's their decision when they make that choice as well. So the best that you can do is really just try to adapt to the situation that you're given, if you can. Doesn't mean it's easy or anything like that, of course, but still. Tommy, please, how's my favorite brother doing? I would like you to get me a haircut that screams, "Say hello to my little friend," or "Come with me if you want to live." Can do? Please, Tom the Braider. You're my only hope.
Make him bald, Tom. Treat him like you treated me. Ha 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 ha. I must have tuberculosis.
Ave, very inventive with the redeems there. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie impression and the Bane impression. Nice throwing a few different references to movie quotes in there as well. And I don't blame Bane for being, really sort of like, annoyed at that. Thank you, Ave. And how's things going for you? You're feeling some references today. Very nice. That's good. Yeah, it's so funny too what associations get made between certain quotes you've heard and certain things that happen as well that can make you think about the quote. Okay, so let's get a good starting position on showing this area in photo mode and the graphical differences. Alrighty then. So that's that area there shown in both graphics with photo mode. They hope you're doing good, doing good today, and that the stream is going good. I am, thanks, Ave. Yeah, I'm going to be ending the stream very soon. But I'm doing well, and it's been good to do more towards this playthrough. It's going to take me quite a few streams because of the way I'm doing things for this particular playthrough, but it's very satisfying to actually go through with a fine-tooth comb at least once, showing the differences. So it's been pretty good. You just got off work. It was hell today, especially since you've been feeling a little under the weather. Been coughing a lot. One of the guys at work made the day a bit better, though, by using the coughing to reference Red Dead Redemption 2. He said, "Don't die on me, black lung." Since then, you have had Arthur Morgan on your mind, so you decided to reference tuberculosis. You're very tired today. This definitely understandable for sure. You know, if you've had a terrible day, you know, at work as well, that could definitely be very, very sort of like, you know, devastating too as well. But that's cool. A little bit of levity as well. Damn Micah Bell. I can't wait to not do the mission to rescue him from the jail until it's absolutely like, no, you can't progress the story any further until you do. And I'm like, fuck. Hey there, Octavius. Welcome on in. I've been here, yeah. Sorry if I didn't get to your message when you first said hello while you were still in chat. But yeah, I'm still here, going through with a fine-tooth comb, showing the differences between the graphics of the old school and the new as well. And try not to talk too much over those moments, just to let them breathe with the ambience and all that kind of stuff. But I hope things have been going well for you today. I hope you're having a good one. They Tom the Braider is currently braiding and can't accept your calls. Please try again later. Tom the Braider. It's like, come on, Tom. Oliver, did you say ending stream very soon? I sure did. Absolutely. It's almost 2 a.m. my time, and I'm getting to the point where my concentration levels are shot. That's why it's taking me a bit long to say certain things sometimes too, because I'm like, okay, brain, let's get the words right. Octavia, so the thing is that you're trying to fully complete 100% achievements on Steam, and you're confused with something. It requires multiplayer achievements, and there are no servers. They shut them down years now. Any ideas on how to unlock these without using third party? I wish I could help you there, Octavius, because that kind of stuff is really frustrating when they do that as well. But yeah, I don't really know how you could actually do that without using a third party to be able to do that for sure. Because I don't really have even any first-hand experience with that kind of stuff and solving that. So hopefully you can find something online, somewhere that will give you the information. Oliver, rip Rod brain. No sleep feels just like being drunk. Yeah, it's so funny though too, because like doing a playthrough like this, because it's, you know, slow and plodding and a steady, as much as I'm enjoying it, it is also very time consuming. And so that combined with how late slash early it's getting, my brain is like, can we just, you know, not have to talk and just relax for the rest of the morning until you go to sleep? Ave, at least you made it. Often you don't get to drop to your streams because of work and other factors. Absolutely, Ave. You know, it's very much appreciated when, you know, anyone is able to spend any time at all, you know, watching the stream, whether it's a short time or a long time. And, you know, obviously sometimes it's due to just the timing of when I go live, you know, might be different and stuff. But whenever people can, that's great. And if they can't, that's definitely fair enough too, as well. But it's always appreciated. Now it's time for Lara to get the next canopic jar. Ave, by the way, you saw a video that Ubisoft wants you back. The video actually made you question your choices. You wondered if you were going to give it a try, so you've decided that sometime in March you will buy and begin your first ever playthrough of Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. Oh, very nice, Ave. That's cool. I haven't actually played that one yet. But then again, I wanted to actually play the From Software games all the way back to the beginning with Demon Souls. But I may have to change that plan because I don't know if I can get my hand on a copy of the original version of Demon Souls. I know that the remake is easily available, but I don't know about the original though. Octavius, now you realize why people hate Ubi. That's definitely fair too, as well. And also with like all these servers being shut down for other games, like Mad Max, for example. You can't get 100% anymore because there's 2 challenges that require having the servers online, and they're shut down. Oliver, Lara from behind is Ave. You see Oliver's mind. Yeah. Octavius, maybe they should use to not own their company after all. I mean, that could become true. You never know. Like, Sega used to make consoles, and they used to be separate from Nintendo in terms of, like, no IPs of Sega's were on Nintendo consoles, but that ended up changing. Ave, you know the truth. Oliver, it's empty up there. Ave, empty with this. Oliver, you need to look much farther down to see your mind. Octavius, you're starting to believe Rod is AI. Imagine if I was and I just didn't know it all this time. Oliver, Rodbot, Rodbot. Ave, let's try it out. Rod, what was the name of the children to the guy who murdered Julius Caesar's second in command? I don't know. Octavius, or maybe behind the persona, Rod is a genius scientist that does machine learning while playing games. Now, that's definitely not the case, that's for sure. No way you can do that. I just searched it. Oliver Rodbot is doing his thing. Ave, Demon Souls remake is said to be very good from what you know. If you think if one wants the From Software experience, Elden Ring, Demon Souls, or Bloodborne are the best to begin with. Yeah, because they have their reputation and they're considered to be very difficult games, so I am like, oh, that'd be interesting to try out, you know. Oliver, he's a freaking bot. Let's go into photo mode for a little bit. Just want to have a look ahead at stuff. Ah, yes, so we're now at this point in the level. Cool. Alright, so I've already actually showed through photo mode this area earlier. However, there's going to be some things that will happen that I want to show in the 2 different graphics as well. Oh yeah, and that was the hypostyle key. And the sun goddess statue. As a guy who prefers parrying, you will always recommend Liza P instead of games like Elden Ring, but you know that one is said to be very scary. Bro, you meant to write difficult. How the fuck do you even write scary? How do you get scary from difficult? Although difficult things can be scary, and scary things can be difficult. Oliver, Ave the Dyslexic. I remember in Naked Gun 33 and a third, there's a newspaper article that says dyslexia for cure found. Yeah, Ave, I got no idea what that was supposed to be. Something about someone's quack. Yeah. Oliver, oh man, damn Rod, AI. It got in the way again. Thanks for redeeming that, Sona. Must have been the wind indeed. Yeah, Oliver, it really is. The game is looking good. I really like the graphics that they've done for the remaster. Octavius, thoughts on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? I haven't even played the first one. But I do have it though, the first game. But the second game is crazy expensive here, so even if I do like the first one, I don't know if I'd buy the second one straight away. Octavius, thank you for using your bits to do the effect around the message, and also putting in the Lara emote there. Thank you. Hey there, Inmita. Welcome back from your luck. Hey there, DJ. Hard things can be worshipped. It's difficult. That can be true, DJ, that's for sure. How's things going? Oliver, dyslexia for cure found. Sounds like somebody also suffers from the cure. Yeah. Yeah, I always like, wordplay. I mean, the message was saying, what the fuck do you mean with that? Or something along those lines, but in a fucked up order. Ah, I see what you mean, Ave. Yeah, so you jumbled up things on purpose. I gotcha. I see now. Alright, so I've already shown this area doing flyby in photo mode and switching between graphics. Just want to double check some stuff first though. Alright, I'm actually going to call it a stream here. I would have liked to finish out the level, but I'll be here for another 2 hours, which would make it almost 4 a.m. in the morning. So I'm going to call it a stream here, and then in tomorrow's stream, I'll just pick up here where I'm leaving off. Before I actually end the stream, though, of course, I want to catch up with chat, and we're going to go and raid out to Queen of Skeletons, who's doing Vampire. But I also want to do some shout outs as well. Admit you're getting some fresh air before you return to work. Oh, great idea, dude. That's really good. Definitely good to take that opportunity when you can. Although you don't remember what it said, you only realized what ended up being the word twat instead, and Automo didn't like that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's what it was. By the time I saw the message, the timer to actually allow it or not went by. Oliver, not just dyslexia, but amnesia too. What? Alfie, don't forget about the Arctic syndrome. Oh, baby, baby, mum, spaghetti getting really wetty, wetty, Mr. Oliver 69. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that, Arve. I don't suffer from that. Knock on wood. In Metro, it looks like Leak, the old graphics. It is so funny, though, seeing the difference between the two. 1999 graphics versus 2025 remastered graphics. And Metro, you mean the thing he's carrying? Oh, the thing that he's carrying. I gotcha. Yeah, it's funny with those enemies because when they start spinning their weapon, they're blocking your bullets. As soon as you put your weapon away, he'll stop spinning that around. So a good trick to do is, when you're shooting at him, when he starts to block your shots, you quickly press the button to put the guns away, but then get them back out again, and then start shooting again. And then by the time the enemy AI realizes that you've started to shoot them again, there'll be a few seconds where you can get some shots in before the enemy starts to spin the thing to block the bullets again. So you just rinse and repeat that back and forth to sort of like cheese it. Oliver, what you look like standing behind Lara's Peach? Yeah, Oliver, I could imagine. Oh dear. Are they right now? Rod now. Rod right now is Rod right now be like, I am surrounded by idiots. Idiotas. Oliver always has been. Hey there, Max. Welcome on in. I was going to say that you're up late. Yeah. Like 5 hour stream. Shit. Yeah, because didn't want to do like a 9 hour stream because that'd be crazy. Because then it'd be like 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. my time. How's things going, Max? Ave, my heart goes out to you. Thank you, Oliver. She looks so cute when she's angry, and then that's the last thing you see before your neck gets broken. That's okay for the stream, Sona. Absolutely no worries at all. Same to you as well in Mita and Ave. No problemo. Here's some shout-outs that I'd like to recommend some people. Oh, that's great, Max. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. That's awesome. And no worries at all for the stream either. I definitely will enjoy. I'll still be up for a little bit longer yet. But in terms of like being able to concentrate and stream and have the mental energy to do the whole glide through the area in photo mode for 15 minutes, it's time for me to end the stream for sure. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers: DJ Full, who's doing some Minecraft, in Mita, who's doing Uncharted 4: A Thief's End, Foxenheim, who's been doing Elden Ring, Crocodiles, who's finishing off Mirror's Edge Catalyst, and then he'll be doing a playthrough of A Plague Tale Innocence. Lucinda is doing a Resident Evil marathon. She's up to Resident Evil Revelations 1. Shillerlock is doing a playthrough of Dishonored 2, as well as Mafia 2. He's actually going through the Mafia series. It's one of his favorite series, so he's redoing those. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. And we're going to go and raid out to Queen of Skeletons. I just want to double check first that she's still streaming, and how far into the stream that she might be. Let's see, so about 3 hours and 20 minutes. Cool. So we're going to raid out to Queen of Skeletons. She's playing through the game Vampire. It was funny, earlier, before I started this Tomb Raider stream, I was actually playing Call of Cthulhu, and the main character in that, Edward Pierce, is played by Anthony Howe, who also plays the main character in Vampire as well. So that's fitting, going to raid out to Queen of Skeletons and that she's playing that game. There's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste, and I'll put one into chat that's also for subscribers as well. Which is that one there. No worries at all, Limita. Definitely catch you next time, dude. I hope that you have a good one. Hopefully work goes well for you too. Thank you, Oliver. Cheers. I definitely will have a good sleep. I don't know about dreams though, but they say that we don't always remember all our dreams. So we'll see. But I hope you have a good one too, Oliver. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. The next stream of Call of Cthulhu won't be until next Tuesday, But the next stream of Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation Remastered, will be when it's Wednesday for me. So if you see me streaming this game again, then you know it's Wednesday. Hope that everyone has a good rest of the day or night, whichever the case may be, and catch you in the next one.